Why, hello. Things started up here. See what we can get up to today. I think we're in the middle of um getting some of this state cleaned up in here. Things were kind of in progress. But let's go through. I haven't looked at this since Monday. I've been busy with everything else in the world. We're getting reloading working correctly. Provided and the state of things being expanded without there was a case that it wasn't working correctly, and I realized that it could be simplified a lot. So we delete the children of the foreign parent. That's everything in that entire pane. And then make a new frame here, and we'll get rid of these constants because we just didn't need them anymore. We make the form, make the connection table frame here because we're in the tile. We need to have a list of connections for it. And then considering key capture bug, you were holding it wrong. Copyright Steve Jobs. Yes, yes, indeed. Well, yes and no. Um, the approach was fundamentally flawed, but we were trying to work around other issues, right? Um, and I don't know if you caught up on what I did to fix that. Is I just set the connection tile to be selectable so that the framework did the work, right? But it was indeed not capturing that key without something being focused. And hi, been a hot second. How you been? More or less okay. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Still recovering from the German test. Recovering from the stress, or was there like a minimum amount of schnitzel you had to eat, and that was just a struggle? Too much of the pessimism around, like in the world, or in your little bubble, or in your own head at any scale. Okay, yeah. There's a lot of it. I mean, and it makes sense, right? It it's hard to stay positive lately. I have felt that myself. We build the frame. We put things in it. Where exactly were we functionality wise? There was something that I had broken. Okay, we select. If we expand, okay, it's not preserving that state. And Probably the same on a tile. And we were going through add connection button, takes form parent. This takes the parent. And the handler. Tried to start something with a former colleague of mine, was overwhelmed. Not sure if this is the right word in the context, with the lack of enthusiasm. Okay, yeah, I overwhelmed. I guess it kind of works in that context. As if there is a volume with a negative pressure of enthusiasm sucking all the readiness to do the thing and optimism. Like low energy, or just like, why are we bothering to do this? It's all doomed. Everything is bad. Like trying to avoid it. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Overwhelmed kind of works in that context. Like I get the meaning. It's kind of like you just get that vibe, like, okay, well, like trying to avoid it after, oh yeah, let's meet and discuss. Yeah. Like it doesn't, you get the vibe that they don't want to be there. They don't want to do the thing. Like it's hard to keep your own enthusiasm and positivity up, right? Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's hard. That's something I have really missed, the energy from Israeli startups. Gotcha. Yeah. The one of the things I've struggled with is that it's really hard to find people that do things and want to do things, right? Um the uh so many people want to talk about doing a thing, and that like satisfies their, they get the, oh yeah, that's cool feedback, and like, oh, I don't have to actually do a thing, you know? People told me I was awesome just because I talked about maybe doing a thing. And it's really hard to find anyone with the ambition to follow through and to create stuff. Like, and it's hard, right? I get it. It's hard to make stuff. Um but I found that everywhere, you know. I have been online for most of my life, since about high school. So it's been a hot second, right? And I have been lucky to meet people from all over the world as a result of that. So, and you know, it's kind of everywhere that I see that same pattern. And there was like one, there's one, I think it was like a Reddit thread or something. And they were like, where do you find a community of people that are actually doing stuff? It was a Discord. They were asking for a Discord server. And I thought about it a lot, and I was like, you know what? I think that the people that are making things and doing stuff aren't hanging out in Discord all day. I think they're all out there just doing things and saying, "Hey, world, I made this thing," you know? All right. So, buttons. You in here finding someone to do things and then having that the matching energy and direction. What are the chances? Right? Yeah. And like there's the other the flip side of that is every employer's like, well, I want somebody who's going to be loyal and stick around and wants to work hard and all that other stuff. But like no employee that doesn't own the thing is going to be as motivated as you are, right? And and why should they be, right? It's a very different relationship. But the nature of that is different too, in that if they're an employee versus like a co-founder, right? Especially when I want loyal people's coming from the hiring manager, right? That's being in the job market, right? Meow. I've been doing a lot of looking into that, and the state of things is just absolutely absurd. But like that's the kind of the narrative, right? Is that who leave the company on the second day after hiring you, right? But the narrative is kind of one of a top down. Well, I need a unicorn, sort of that's going to work here forever. But that only works when it's reciprocated, and it hasn't been in my entire life, right? Those days long gone. And honestly, I think I'm kind of done with the tech world. Like I still love making things. I still love writing code. But all of the nonsense, being laid off every couple years, I'm just tired of it. And with being the market being the way it is, I'm starting to think like, what do I do next? I think in a couple years, when all their chickens come home to roost, and everything that has been offshored comes back because it costs more, and they realize that, and they've killed their talent pool, and everything's a vibe coded mess. I think in a couple years there's probably some money to be made. But I gotta float until then. And I'm about to be. Unemployment expires soon. There's a finite amount, that they'll give you, which makes sense. And I've been looking, but just hasn't happened yet. So maybe it's an opportunity to explore something else. And then I can just write code for myself after work, you know? Maybe that'll be better. Maybe I'll have more ideas to think about. All right, this is not what I want. This is the add connection button. I'm looking in the wrong place. Connection table frame is where I want to be. You delete the children, then we rebuild from the state of selected connections. If they're set to delete, we skip them. This gets called here. We delete we insert the wrapping container, which I do think we still need. Because this is the actual form that goes inside of here, I think. Wait, no, am I wrong? Bar form. No, this is the form itself. I'm sorry. This is the wrapping container here. We set the struct to the thing we created. That's all fine. This is all tile. It's really just here. Because this is driven off of selected connections. Comes in here. Give it the section. Which is this newly created frame in the maker. And we give it the connection. And we just pull these out for the sake of clarity. Data and state. Put the styler on the expander button. For that. And then inside we put the form container. We drive it off of state's collapsed value. That should be correct. But, okay. So if that's all correct, but it doesn't work, I wonder if we do something in cancel that breaks that state. That'd be in button bar. Refresh tiling connections. We update the connection widget, but there won't be this. Because this is for the tile. We update the tile. We filter any deleted connections out. If the state is new or we're set to delete, we skip it. This is just select connections. And then we call set selected again. It's very confusing. Here's where it happens, I bet. Create you. Append your connection data. Select connections. If we find you, the update data, we just put you in there. If you're not found, then we create a new one for you. So you should be okay. This should be what we call frame updates, which should update everything. So if we come in here, we do a debug. Must be missing something. Give it a minute to build. There we go. All right, so select you. You come through. We're just going to skip the first one. I expand. I click cancel. We come back through. Let's take a look at connection data for this guy. And I selected 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4, which should be it crashed. Okay, that's fine. This should be 3, 2 to 3, 3. Well, it's not responding. That's what it was. Update data. 3, 2, 3, 3. 3, 2, 3, 3. Wait, stop it. This state collapsed. Ooh, collapsed is set to true. Well, that's not correct. Ah, I bet it's because in not here, but connection edit widgets are on click for this. I bet you it's because we did this. I made a copy. It's no longer pointed at the pointer value. Scrolled up too far. We're going to get rid of both of those. And it's going to be more wordy, but that's fine. That should fix all that. Let's see. Do that. Now you stay open. There's still this weird wiggle going on, but that's fine. We'll fix that later. That onion. Hello. I hope you are having a fine day. I'm all right. I hope you're having a fine day as well. Welcome in. Okay. And if I do... Oh no, I don't like that. There we go. Back to where it belongs. Perfect. Now, let's just go double check. We have tidied up the state stuff because, yeah, we got rid of all the constants. So let's just kind of make a coherent. Let's see, drive form state off of state directly using the maker and backing data. Push that up. Now, we have a couple things that we need to look at here. I think we have our... No, we do have our confirmation dialog, I think. Let's double check. We're deleting. We do, yes. Cancel leaves it. Cancel leaves everything. Perfect. That is buttoned up. There was something else. There was the issue of our scraggly looking rows. And I wonder if this is also partially related to this weird little wiggle. Need to look at that real quick. Their answer here. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. There it is. Parent width can sometimes cause problems. Unfortunate because I've been using that a lot. Better to use grow when possible. So grow in the X, not in the Y. Well, we're back to this, are we? How's it going? Well, yeah, of course we are. This is the project, the big one, right? Goes all right. How about you? How's your week been? And if this is an easy fix, then I would like to get my scraggly looking rows tidied up real quick. If it's real quick. Let's see here. Height setting a min should work. pH works pretty reliably, so we give it the minimum Y. We can add max Y if we need to. Long as content fits and grow us off for the Y, just min should be sufficient. Okay. Not bad. It's been busy and I had to write a lot of Go code. I would... You know what? No, in fact, I will. I'm going to say congratulations on needing to use a wonderful language. Got bitten again by the empty slice versus nil slice duality. I say some design choices for Go are very nonsensical. As a unapologetic Go fan, I'm going to have to agree. Nil slices versus empty slices versus nil maps versus empty maps. Yeah, it sucks. Okay, so in our... Was it here? No, this is supposed to grow. Yes, that's correct. It should be in the map widgets. We create you. And let me double check. Center menu is where they said. So that's actually going to live in menu bar. Right? Translating between the minimal repro and this is top menu bar. Yes. Okay. So top menu bar. We're going to set a min. I don't need set twice. Just one is quite sufficient. But we got to flip this because reasons. That. Oh, I can do in.y.ph10. Okay, I like that a little better. Also, I really enjoyed that there is a CMP package in the standard library, and then there is CMP under Google, and they have different functions. Yes. The CMP library under Google is superior, I believe, but not without its flaws. I think it lives in the X, the Google X repo, right? Something like that. Or am I confusing that with a different package? All right, so there's that. And then you also need to grow on the X, not the Y. I bet Microsoft would have tons of packages called Copilot. I don't know. Maybe. Well, the problem for me is that we have tooling which tries to auto-import packages, so it usually picks up the wrong one. Gotcha. Weren't we just talking about importing a bunch of things automatically in your pipeline on Monday? Go, bro. Yes, go indeed. How you doing there, Darshan? All right, so that we do that, and then this we should probably do. No, that's fine. That can just grow because it's the halfy panes. There was I saw something on Hacker News, I think today, that made me think of you, Ash. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Go seems to be really popular. I don't know much about programming languages. I just use a low-code, no-code platform that uses JavaScript. Well, nobody's perfect, and you have the opportunity to be better and learn how to write Go. Let's see here. Sort by date, please. Ugh. Of course, I can't find it now. The stream died for you. It's not good. May have dropped some frames. Hopefully it comes back up. Let me check here. Back for you? Okay, good. Perfect. Every so often I have a little blip and drop some frames. Sometimes it disconnects me completely from Twitch. YouTube is happy, but that's just what I got. This is the best internet I can get. But basically it was a blog post about somebody said Rust package manager scared them essentially because they were, maybe it's just because you threw shade at JavaScript. Maybe Twitch punished me, but I think they're TypeScript now, aren't they? I don't know. But anyway, he was thinking about like, just the willy-nilly, these are the standard packages and I import them. And he realized that he needed like 15 lines from one of his dependencies. And then he looked at like, what are the lines of code? And he ran a tool to count the lines of code, which, I mean, that's kind of a meaningless, metric, but he was saying like, the Linux kernel is only like 7 times as big. And I maintain this all by myself. Which, isn't apples to apples, but his point was that like so many dependencies that are just kind of imported without thought. Same problem as NPM, which he drew the correlation to, right? Or the parallel to. When I was working on navigating or migrating a test framework in Python, we had Twisted, I think, was the library that was imported. And it was imported exclusively for a single function. And I was just like, my soul. That was also a problem with JavaScript and the number of dependencies it brings in. Yeah, some of them less than 5 lines long would have 3 subdependencies of their own. Yeah. Even worse than the left pad thing, right? Yeah. And I don't know how you get around that except for with discipline, right? Like you need to be aware of that and careful about that. But if you don't have a package manager at all, like things like Odin, because they're recognizing this anti-pattern and trying to fix it, like that still sucks too, right? Because when you do need a thing, if it sucks to do, it's going to slow you down. So it's kind of a catch-22. And I don't know what the magic silver bullet is for it. There probably isn't one. But, interesting to think about. I mean, y right len r equals 0. If you can bring in a package that gives you is empty and only has 6 subdependencies, right? Yeah. That is, I look really hard at like what. I think one of the other things that he that kind of kicked off this look um, into this deeper examination for him was he imported something without thinking because it was like the standard answer, and it had become unmaintained since the group mind had declared it, standard. Um, is even package important too? Yeah. Oh yeah, I think that was one of those I saw in the aforementioned story article. Yeah, but and I've seen that happen too with Gorilla Mux. It used to be the internet had decided that the HTTP standard lib in Go was not sufficient. Everybody said to use Gorilla Mux. Gorilla had become unmaintained. I guess it's back now, or theoretically is back now under new maintainers. I don't know if that's current even. Let's find out just for fun. Yeah, it's not archived again yet, but there was a big deal. Like this was just a year ago. This was archived because the maintainers were like, "All right, I'm done." You know, couldn't find a maintainer. Now they did, but I'm a big. I make a big push towards just using the standard library until it hurts. Right? Is it going to take me a week to reproduce this? Probably okay to pull it in if it's well regarded and maintained. There's no guaranteed safety, but like you're safer doing that if it's widely beloved. But if it's just going to take a few hours or an afternoon to reproduce what you need, just use standard library. Yeah, it is back. A friend of mine swears by it, so he picked it for a small project just the other day. We were working on it today before I came here, and an hour of hackery allowed us to figure out why the most basic and simple routed handler func wasn't being called by the framework. It's like just use the standard library. It would have been solvable in 5 minutes by reading the documentation and or examples. Yeah, but the only thing that developers do less than read documentation is write documentation. All right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to take out this right here. This nonsense. Center split should grow. So remember, just a couple of hours of hack rate can save you minutes of reading the docs. Feel like that should go on a shirt. It's almost there. Just needs a little something more. I'm not sure what it is yet. Maybe flip it around. I save minutes of reading the docs with hours of hackery. All right. That can grow. That's all fine. This can grow. I think that's all we need. Okay. Didn't fix that, but it fixed my duplicate scroll bars. So that's a win. Because I looked at the wrong issue for duplicate scroll bars. There's a meme I saw some years ago. I mistype it. A couple of hours of trial and error can save you minutes of reading docs. I mean, that's the same, potato potato. But this And then let's go look at the other. Where did it go? This one hasn't been replied to yet. Okay, that's right. It's been moved. Nope, that's automation did that. Okay, so it hasn't been looked at or verified or something. That's fine. I've witnessed a couple times one of our bigger clients coming to us, not a software house, after a proper software house failed to deliver. We used that toy of a low-code tool and still made it work. Has been enough so far, but like I said, would not hurt to have a more powerful tool under my belt. Yeah. It depends on, like, what you want to do, right? Despite my use and go for the front end of this, for the UI of this, I would not recommend that in a production world. Let's see here. I wonder though if that parent height is, or rather, parent width is related to my scraggly. That's where I was going with that thought. That would be, you just grow there. That's fine. But in my buttons, can't really do that in my buttons though, because my buttons need to be a very specific size. We set them to size X and size Y, which becomes, okay, yeah, so that won't be related to this. This is a different creature. All right, that's fine. We'll just punt that down the road a little bit. See what they have to say when they come back. Maybe they're still looking at the underlying reason for it. Templates, I think, is going to be our next task because we want to get this part working correctly. And this. That's going to be a thing. I should also do, if we're going to be square buttons, we should be square buttons. And if we're going to be round buttons, we should be round buttons. One single biggest, most painful feature I lack in Go are some types, aka algebraic types. Some stuff is so dreadfully inefficient and silly without them. Like what? Like, can you give an example? Sometimes the answer is just that, like, you need to do your own function legwork thing. That's very Go. Idiomatic Go to, like, we just got, like, you know, like slice helpers recently. Enum with attached values, for example. You can do enums with values. It's iota and constants. It's kind of like a hacky way. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean. You can do a where would be an example? In shared, in protocol. Like if I, do an enum with just a type def for an int and the iota pick variance. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Then suppose I add string to it so I can print out yes. Which you often do. And I use a case in a couple of places to distinguish between them. So far, so good. Yes. Now go and add another variant to the enum. Good luck finding all the places where the cases need to be updated. But like, you if you do a default that is sane and just like logs, that's not an issue. But anywhere else that you're switching on the cases, like you'd have to go find it to update it anyway, right? In theory. Let's see here. Well, some languages emit compiler errors if you're not exhaustively handling all possible cases in a case statement. I don't know if it's a compiler or if it's the IDE, but if you don't have a default, let's see here. I would need to find, so there's usages here that we could do. Okay, so let's just add foo, right? Actually, I think we can demonstrate it here. If you don't have a default, then this should error. Missing return statement, we don't have a default for it. If we just did whatever, this will still throw a warning. Let's say you're missing case statements for iota constants in switch. And that might just be an IDE LSP thing. That's a linter, not the compiler. Right, yeah. But like, you know, you still get the job done. What is MUD? Multi-user dungeon. Think of Zork, but played online with your friends from back in the day when computers were bad. Go won't block you from compiling this and won't ever even tell you your linter will. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, ideally maybe a warning, but Here's the real kicker. Imagine that the enum distinguishes between different data types. Like I have an enum that describes named color, RGB color, HSL color, or hex color. How would I write a function that takes such a color without hacking around with interfaces and boilerplate? I have an enum that describes named color, RGB color, HSL color, or hex color. Function that takes such a color without hacking around with the interfaces and boilerplate. Wouldn't you just switch? Maybe I'm failing to understand the case. Sure, I can describe an interface as some kind with a function that emits something usable by my code, but if I want to stick that into a switch statement, I have to do type assertions, which is a runtime. Oh, I see. So like if you had like two different sets of constants that were different things. I mean, you can do a type assert in a switch. Set color, color type, my color enum, question marks. I see. Yeah, you would have to have an interface. And then you'd have to, do some validation on it. We put together a small example of this thing in Rust. Maybe it'll be a bit clearer why it's not possible or easy to do with Go. Maybe. It's going to lean heavily upon my ability to remember how to read Rust. or the viewers. The other viewers. And now I am completely lost, but that's perfectly fine. What was I doing? Templates. We need to think about templates. Let's get into templates bar. You press down there. It's probably fine. I think I was thinking about where this stuff should live. And I had come to conclude that they should not live in the server configs. They should, in fact, live in here somewhere. Live in templates. Maybe that's okay. Just at the root of the map editor folder. Maybe they should live at the editor folder. We had a config manager. We're going to use this when we write to the file, but I don't think we need to use this for... Maybe we do. We do want to use this for the... So this will do the file stuff for us. An attribute. We want, okay. Let's roll that back just a step in my thinking here. I was also worried, well, not worried, thinking about where to put this data at in the code, because right now edit bar has the concept of the form that we apply. And we really want to just use that basically to hook into the stuff we already have, which map I think is the ultimate consumer of, which is fine. So how much left until you finish it? Most of it. It's not a small project, really. Do I have a to-do or something? Or something. And that's not everything. I mean, that's just the next logical steps and whatever I've brainstormed. The update tile or update tile takes and handles whether or not it's new, right? Yes. Okay. I think we're inbound grid bounds. Handle them. Okay, yeah, handle expanding. We don't have anything there. Add it. Right. Otherwise, we update it. Yes. And this is tied in to update and create. This takes tile update data, which is what edit bar builds, right? Yes. We would need to just looking for possible circular dependencies if we were to move this. Create. We need game map. That's fine. Everything else just calls these. I think we'd be okay. But should that live in templates bar, or should it live in some kind of a third folder that they can both reference? And I think that is probably the correct answer. Don't think I'd get in trouble with imports that were circular. Then we would just move tile edit. We also need to double check on connection, because that will need templates as well. We have rooms and we have connections, so that you can have like a generic sort of thing. This has game map tile and DC. And then origin and destination, which are tile, I think that makes sense. I could just put templates file in here, I suppose. And then this could handle loading them. If I was to do that, then this would need a reference to it. But I don't think that's a problem. And then edit bar is still, like if you're creating a new from there, you just gotta fill it in, I suppose. Or we could, I guess, also do like a new from template button maybe. And then give you a selector. we would then have to do like a get templates, which we already kind of need to do for skill stuff once we get that in there. So maybe that's not the worst idea ever. These would live over there. Yeah. Tell you what, I'm going to take a quick break for just a second, use the restroom and get a beverage, and we'll kind of start ripping and tearing on this here in just a second. I'll be right back. All right. Beverage acquired. So, let's do that. Let's get this over here. That's fine for now. That can stay there. That's fine for now until we get this set up. We need to pull in these. Okay, this is an example of what I like to do sometimes to make my data clearer and more ergonomic. Permalink to the playground. Love a good playground. Allow dead code. Well, that just sounds like nonsense. Drive debug, HSL. Okay, so this is a struct. Yep. Okay. Color type, name color, color name, RGB color, which is unsigned integer 8, I think, right? So float 32s, uint 8. HSL color is this. So it maps the two together. The key thing is color type. Okay. So set color takes a color type. I don't know exactly what this is doing anymore. Match color. So this is like a switch. See how enum variants have appropriate data attached right next to them? No type switching or reflection necessary, and you can't mistakenly grab wrong data from it. Pick named color is the name, the RGB value, HSL value. I mean, wouldn't you just in Go make this a struct as well? So hex color, try on commenting. Like named color has a sub enum inside it, and RGB has U8 fields, and HSL has a struct associated with it. Right, but you can put structs in structs. So if we uncomment, maybe I needed to run it first. What kind of a struct? A color type struct. So pick name color magenta, okay. And then uncommenting, we run non-exhaustive patterns. Yeah, makes sense. Point here is that color type can be only one of those choices at a time. Ah, okay, I see. So, oops. Reflexive Control S. So you're saying that it wouldn't be, it can only have either RGB or hex color in this case? Pick which enum variant you'll construct when you do so. Set color, color, named color. And the functions taking that enum can inspect which one it is. They have to if they want to get data. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you would have to do some mucking about. Yeah, I can see that. So what you're saying is if you wanted, you'd have to do something like this. And then this would be like that. I've screwed up. Oh. That perhaps. I'm still missing something. RGB color. Oh, squirrely braces. I can squirrely brace it. I've forgotten all of my Rust. What little I knew. Oh. Yeah. 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 Just one RGB color. Like that. There you go. Just because. HSL. Type up my print line. It's okay. I fixed it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you would have to do an interface, and then this would have to be, you'd have to do a switch on type. Go compiler doesn't have a facility for this, and it'd be very hard to do it with a module, though probably possible, but it will have reflection and a runtime. I mean, yeah. It's not strictly better. I just prefer person. Yeah. No, I totally get it. I was pulling out these guys. But also, in order to get those benefits, you have to dye your hair blue and wear your programmer socks. So, like, trade-offs. And then this would need to be that. Are you not your templates? Oh, there it goes. Now fixed. Let's see here. Yes, that's correct. Are you complaining about? Because this needs to live. I think, right? Just double check here. Connection style widgets. Connection update. Yeah. And then this needs come over as well. This needs to be exported. This can stay inside. It's just kind of to nicely tidy that up. And then we can pull this over as well. Let's actually put you up there just because. Is that. This doesn't need to come over, I don't think, because it's just going to end up using it. So I think it's okay. That needs to be exported. And then this needs to be that. That. New connection handler. Connection update data. This. I need to do that. Ooh, we would need then also. You're not a game map tile. You're a room tile. Widget. So yeah, in short, I've gotten so used to some types, fancy enums, that I prefer them when modeling my data types, and I sorely miss them in Go. I have to continuously adjust my thinking. That said, I was still able to do everything I needed to do in either language, at least so far. Yeah, I mean, and that's like, you know, as long as you're doing a thing that that language is suited for, like, preference is really the only thing that matters, right? What's going to make you happy to work in, or like, what do you have to use because that's what everybody at work knows, and like, you want to standardize, right? So, you know, I mean, if you're doing your back end of TypeScript, you're committing war crimes. But aside from that, if we did, target tile as a widget, do that. And then this could be don't have. Well, I was implementing a very low level NFS library on top of my own RCP library, and there are some serious problems with data types. Yeah, makes sense, I guess. Usually that like file system stuff gets complicated in a hurry. Like the XDR library I'm using for a wire format tries to kind of pretend to do discriminated unions with struct tags, but this means that all possibilities have to exist as fields in the overall struct. So when instantiating it, all of that is created in memory, all possible valuations on an RPC message, and defaulted to 0 value. You mean in Go? Cardinal 2 is what I want. This map tile. String. Yes, it go. Yeah. You'll notice that I use pointers probably a little more often than I should. And it's often because I don't want to try to default value check a field. I just want to nil check it, which, you know, is absolutely a trade-off. There are some places where that's the only reason I've used it as a pointer, and you know, I pay the cost in nil checking it. Is that the smartest approach? I don't know, but it's what I'm going with. It is an approach. For example, in Rust, I'd represent an NFS operation as something like enum NFS op open args close read. Okay, yeah. Each type of operation also has its own type of data. Okay, yeah. I haven't needed to go down that path before, but I guess that does make sense. Like read would return like bytes, and open and close probably return some kind of an int, right? In Go, it has to be something like type, NFS obstruct, op type, open args is a pointer, close, yeah. New connection update data, and then this is this tile, target room, kablam, like so. All fields exist. In this case, they're instantiated to nil. The problem is in the return value, I can't use pointers, so all these return fields exist as substructs. Yeah, which means it all goes allocated and initialized to 0 for every NFS operation result. Right. That's that. So if I haven't screwed up, this should all just still work. I've screwed up. It's in map widget. I forgot to change those. Like type NFS op result struct. Op type, open result, close result. There's like 60 different ops. So this is a huge amount of memory and work for a struct that only needs one of these at a time. Okay, yeah. The other way of solving would be with interface, yeah, and runtime type assertions, but the XDR library doesn't support that, so I'd have to re-implement that as well. Gotcha. That would be a thing. There are times when you do bonk your head. I'm not trying to say Go is the best language in the entire world. I'm just saying I like it. This is no longer edit bar. This is templates. I wager there is very likely a better, more idiomatic and Go-y type of doing it, certainly, but I am not able to come up with it right. Unused label. I don't know what the heck I did there. But I mean, that's like kind of just part of the process, right? Where like I don't think you ever write idiomatic code in a language until you've spent a million years with it, right? But or like completely idiomatic. there's always a new like idiom to learn or something like that, you know, to try to conform to, and like there's good reasons for them usually. Uh but like at the end of the day, if the code works, the code works, you know? Working code over perfection. As long as it's not completely, you know, as long as you're not borrowing too much from the tech debt bank. Anyway, thanks for listening to my complaints. I often do this with a colleague. In fact, I've invited him to join us. Oh yeah, awesome. You might enjoy seeing what you're doing, and he's a very strong Go evangelist too. I don't know if I'd call myself an evangelist. I like Go, but and you know I tease JavaScript developers because they're JavaScript developers, but the problem I have with evangelists is I don't like evangelists. Like, as a Linux user for 7 years, like full-time don't own a Linux or a Windows box type user, I don't tell people they should go install Linux unless they ask, hey, should I install Linux? And that's, you know, do you want to? Then yes. But like, you know, people should use what they like. Oh yeah, naturally JavaScript developers deserve everything coming to them, obviously, right? I think, I don't know, Onion's been quiet, maybe they left. It's funnier when they're here. But like, you know, it's all just in good fun. People should use what does the job that they're trying to do and what they enjoy using. Especially if I don't have to use their software. All right, now that I fixed that. Okay. And then I should be able to do that. Good. Good. Excellent. Also excellent. I'm going to make myself a quick bug for this. To chase down later, I need to say connection, room connection form wiggles over to the right on a cancel refresh, not refresh, wiggles over to the right when rebuilt, i.e. when you click cancel, or i.e. when you have it expanded and click cancel. Let's do that. Trace that down later. There are some fun JavaScript tricks I sometimes mention to fluster JavaScript devs. Have you seen the famous gem of this mass which validates the true? I've seen a lot of those. Like there's a bunch of different weird coercion games you can play. And it all makes me just vaguely nauseous. Just a little bit. Let's do a quick commit at this stage. And we'll do pull the room and connection edit forms out into separate templates package. And hopefully I like where this goes. I think they were trying to beat PHP's comparison rules, maybe. Or maybe it was just a sleep-deprived, week-long hackathon fueled by entirely too much coffee. Let's skip that one. There we go. All right, so now we need to think about, we need to get this in here. So templates bar. I should probably rename that. That's fine. List of. Actually, these can probably not be. Connection update data. Mud? Yes, Mud. Multi-user dungeon. Think Zork, played online with your friends, from the ages of bad computers. As I recall, the author of JavaScript was actually building something closer to Lisp in the browser, and it would have been much nicer, but some higher up came in at the last minute demand. They capitalized on Java's popularity by adopting the name and the syntax. So the final tech demo was hacked together in a few days and exploded in popularity. It couldn't be changed after that. That sounds close to what I recall. All I know is that the result makes me deeply unhappy. In high school, I took a programming class. That was like the last actual class I took for code. Education system's wild, right? But we started with Quick Basic, and then like the second half of the class, the second half of the, I don't remember if it was a 6-month long class or not. Second half of the class, anyway, we did Java applets because the teacher was like, "This is the future." Unfortunately, he was wrong. Luckily, we're moving towards WASM now, which could be a long-term solution if people can make a concerted effort. Unlikely, but a man could dream. Yeah, exactly. I also dream. There is some kind of, like, the Cogent becomes a WASM app in the browser. So, like, their docs page, which I seem to have closed. If I'm not mistaken, this is a WASM app in this context, right? But like this kind of sucks. So that's the thing we're going to have to solve eventually for it to really be competitive. And other things like I can't control F this page. I have to use their search, which isn't great. So when I'm in here, I can't, like, there's a word, you know, I can, yeah, my focus is down here in this random field. And some of that is just Cogent, but like some of that is just like WASMs do things. Yeah, more and more things come out of the WASM. Yeah. I would like to live in the world where that takes over and we stop heaping more upon the poor shoulders of JavaScript and hacking together this stateless you know, text displaying framework that is the internet into an interactive state-filled thing. It's truly, truly, truly depressing and astonishing how far we've gotten with horrible, horrible hacks. Next step is for common JavaScript and TypeScript UI frameworks to compile the WASM instead of minimized JavaScript, and then WASM is a first-class citizen, and PureJS can be gradually deprecated or discouraged. Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. I like the premise and the promise of a WASM app world, I think, provided we can do it good. So template bar. You still need, no, loading goes over here. We need to rename these guys. How about tile data? Is that better? I like that more. I wonder if in the year 3025 they'll look at our JavaScript filled world like it's some horrible Middle Ages of commuting. One can hope. No, what was it? Transit data, yeah. But this should actually be connection data. I think. No. It is transit. Because it's a list. It pulls out all of the connections from a transit. My face when 3000 rolls around about and people are still running COBOL Fortran and JavaScript, right? You know it's going to happen too. And then this can be new connection data. Like so. That'll give us a little bit more sanity, I think. Oh, by the way, there, Mr. Ash. Speaking of horrible abuses of the browser, are you a Discord enjoyer? I think I need to change a couple things here. Unfortunately, he has too many friends with the otherwise. Yes, right. Especially with them trying to go public, right? I think it's going to get real bad and real crappy. But like, I'm there for the same reason. I have been working on setting up a Discord server, and I need somebody to beta test and make sure that I have everything in place before I make it public. Is that something you'd be interested in? Especially cool how they have a mini tool that starts before Discord and downloads basically the whole program binaries from the internet, yet it still needs to update. So yes, especially on Linux where you're like, nope, closed it, closed the wrong window. Hello, thank you. Where your package manager, takes more than 5 minutes to update it, and then it says, well, you need to download this. And you're like, shut up and go away. Just make it compatible for like 2 updates so that, the cogs can spin. I think I fixed that. There we go. Glad they picked Electron, though, so we can have the same experience across all operating systems, except that screen sharing doesn't work well on Wayland, and there's usually no audio on screen share in Mac and Linux because of power of Electron, right? The experience is different across all of the platforms as far as I'm aware. Which seems to be a story that repeats itself. People are like, yeah, we use this because we can build it once for all of the platforms, including web, things like Flutter. And then they go and do a bunch of talks about it. And then quietly they end up writing a different app for all the platforms anyway. It's weird how this live write once, run anywhere has been sold to each successive generation of developers, right? Mentioned Java applets, that's another example. Yeah. All right, so that has been renamed. I got totally sidetracked. The need to. It's one of those days where, oh look, a squirrel. Where do I find? S. You Discord server join. Okay, cool. Let me do this. It'll go public once I. That's not correct. Once I know that my settings are sane. So this is deeply funny. It detects I have OBS running, so it's running in streamer mode, and it hides the invite link. It says hidden use copy button. Using the copy button actually just copies the hidden use copy button text because Discord. But now I have to do that. Do that. There you go. And then turn this back on just in case. There we go. Yeah, that's exactly my thoughts on Discord servers. Like, I try to keep it reasonably tame. Like, if I don't participate in a server for a while, I'll just leave. But it seems to be all the rage, right? And until we come up with the next big thing, it's kind of just what it is. All right, so let's get this into some form of sanity. We need to be able to load templates. And this is going to be the problem with that. In a couple of ways. Because we won't know the origin and destination for a connection. We can determine it, though. Probably. Actually, we don't even need it. We can leave it empty because the launch one of those days where it's picking things in the random I don't like. There we go. If we were to, let's pick on our traditional sacrificial lamb here. If we were to add here, then it'd prompt us for a destination. To think about. I think we can still make this work. The we would just have to like get the selected template. If we had like, you know, this, like a, probably want to remove the plus and instead do like an add or add from template. And then we could pre-populate these fields. That would all still work. I think. Rooms are easier because if we rid of you, oh no, I broke another thing at some point. Don't have, oh wait, never mind. It was just scrolled wrong. Rooms are easier because if you have a, I guess we would use the same method. Here we just call to, probably over the event bus, message bus, and say, hey, what's the selected? Probably want to get rid of having this by default come up. Then we probably want to do an add or add from template or like a click and drag, like multiple different ways, right? But one thing at a time. So let's start with tile because tile will be easier. And then we'll sort this part out after. And maybe we just don't even tie these together. Maybe it's an either or thing. Like you can do it manually here, or no, that doesn't work for connections. Because it needs to know source and destination. I guess we could do something like a button here maybe. Well, Now we would have to do what we avoided doing here, basically. Where we said, you know, it doesn't make any sense to try to create a brand new connection from here because you don't have the context of where the start and the finish is. But maybe it's okay. We give an add button and then we say, okay, you know, like you're here and you say add a connection. You wouldn't be there because there's no tile. But if this had no connections, and you said add a connection, we would just need to listen for, okay, tell me where you want to start this connection and then finish it. I think we could do that. And then it would do, we could do the hook into that same behavior here. If you were to say, oh, I want this connection right there. It would pop up and say, hey, because they go both ways, right? Or they can go both ways, but they're not required to. So you would need to be able to set that up in a sane way. I also need to make myself a quick to do for sorting out these buttons that I got distracted. Make all buttons one style. Figure out what that is. But let's start tackling tile first, because it should be easier. Or rooms, I guess I should say. Let's do... this, because I'm pretty sure I'm happy with that. We can probably use... new connection data, but also... First things first, I want to be able to save a template. That's going to make life easier going forward, right? Because it'll write it to the file, then we can load it. New connection data, but this could be new tile connection. Because we have the start and the destination, they're the target. This can be new tile. We have new tile data. New tile form? Sure. New tile template. That doesn't need to be a pointer in this case. And then this just needs to be a form that we're going to hook into when we create on the button. That's fine. Except for it doesn't include those. They're still going to be 0, but we'll just not display them. It will display them, but it's not editable. Trying to avoid two different structs, one for the form and one for the actual thing, right? When we make a new one. It's probably fine. Templates bar. Footer, template button. We need a how do I want to do this? This can probably just be a dialogue as well, because you shouldn't be doing other things. Well, maybe you should. Let me look at the doc real quick here. Do we have the option for not disabling the background? I don't think we do. Other question is, where would I put it if not in a dialogue? Get over there. I could. I guess I could put it just in here in a placeholder empty. We could kind of repeat this behavior. Oop, that didn't reload. I should fix that really quick. Next time or sometime. Let's make a note. Deleting a tile doesn't clear the edit bar connections. But we can do the same thing we did here, I suppose, and just create a new element in the list of templates and say fill it in. And we should make these not editable. That might be the most sane way. Keep it coherent with the rest of it, because I'm thinking that, like, you shouldn't really be you shouldn't really need to copy paste from other things, but like you might want to if you're making a variant. And if it's in a dialogue, then you can't copy paste from the things behind it. Let's do that. Hey, Jazz, how you doing? How's your week been? Uh, yeah. So we don't support that yet. I don't know that we ever will from this screen. Seems like a bad place for it. But you should still know where it comes from, or where it is, rather. Actually, nice. What about mine? It was all right. I had a lot of things to do. Got most of them done. Some of them I didn't. For instance, the laundry room was closed for 2 of the days. So I need to do laundry probably after a stream today. But other than that, got some stuff done. Got groceries. Made some split pea soup. All that good stuff. What about your luck? Do I still need it? Yes. Yes, I do. And then this will show 0 on the template though. It's probably okay. We're going to pull over the forms though, so we should be able to drive that from here. Yeah, we're just going to YOLO this and see what happens. That's what we're going to do. And before I get too sidetracked, Jazz, are you a Discord enjoyer? You're not? Okay. I would ask Pluck, but I don't know if he's still around either. Okay, so I think I like putting it in this list here. Never felt the need. Why though? Because I'm setting up a Discord server since it's just all the rage, right? And I was hoping to get a couple people to get in there and make sure that everything looks like it's set up correctly. Double check my work before I make it public. That way it can be a thing for people that care to join. Well, pitch it. Why should one join? To hang out. That's basically it. It's just a way for a community, you know. And I hate the word, but like I don't know what else to call it. To communicate asynchronously whenever we're not in chat on stream, right? At least until Discord makes itself so terrible that somebody makes something different and everybody decides to move to that. Templates bar, we need to do. No, we need to pull you over first. Or do this first. What do I need to do first? we need to have this get built. We're going to idle chat, meme sharing, showcase fun little projects we work on, or possibly get input, advice, help on programming issues. Yeah, tech support, chat, and dirty memes. Probably no dirty memes, just because, you know, keep it clean-ish. But yeah, there is. I have a section for IT stuff. We need to use the same thing we did before, basically, for this, I think. When we do the template bar, header tabs is where it will live. This is going to need connections. Is that... So we're going to need a tiles list, or let's call it rooms tab. That's what we'll call it. And then this is a tab, theoretically. This comes into here. This needs a node. No, this needs to be a tabs, because this is a tab. New tab. That. This can just be tab. Do that for now. And we could also do got my parens. Is there already something up, or was it just thought? I've set it up. It's not public yet. It will be public probably after today, unless somebody says, hey, I can type in the resources section and I shouldn't be able to, or something like that. It's just a server right now. It's not a community yet in Discord terminology. And I need to look at what we get from that, aside from the ability to self-assign roles. And I don't know if it's, you know, warranted to make that jump until it's bigger. This takes the template tabs tab. And then you pull you over here real quick, and we can reference what we did for the connections stuff. That was set in here? No. Connection table frames, where you were set. This. Can I hang a maker off a tab? I can. Awesome. Okay. totally got distracted. Yeah, keep it clean, no JavaScript, COBOL, or Fortran. Exactly. And no basic? Quick basic, I would accept. No visual basic, though. That makes me want to gouge my eyes out. And for anybody listening or watching this in the replay that's wondering if the Discord is up yet, you'll find it in the linkies as soon as it is. And I'll probably announce it the next stream after it goes live or goes public. So we have a maker, and then, so because this is exclusively Rooms tab, this needs to hang off of the template bar, which means you need to hang off of template bar. Which is fine. We don't build you just yet, but we can. That's perfectly okay. You're going to need to take a logger. Don't you dare talk badly about my Visual Basic, baby. Oh no. Oh no. You've been Stockholmed into adopting Visual Basic. You know what I always say, a computer system without Visual Basic and JavaScript is like chocolate cake without ketchup and mustard. Oh. Oh, I can taste it and it's not good. You can be empty, that's fine. Right? Are you not? Oh. That'll help. The original quote was COBOL and Fortran, but I modernized it. Well, you're like at least a decade ahead of the banking system then. Could we? We could. We could get rid of this needing to be a method. Oops. We could do that by, tell me who my parent is, the parent tabs that I get put into. I used to be a programmer once, and I took a class on Visual Basic to the knee. What? Did somebody steal your sweet roll? And then you would also need to take a... No, this does need to be a method because we want to tie it to the data, not a copy. I guess that's fine. Because this needs to be for... room data, let's call it, sure. Dot room templates, let's call you template. Index template. Add at. The name, we can do that again. Template. in this case being indexed the same way. Except for I have done tree add, not add at. It could be worse if Microsoft acted faster on the internet. We might be coding most of the web in VBA instead of JavaScript. Well, that's a nightmare. There are not many languages that I just look at and hate instantly. VB script is one of them. Like, it just looks horrible and it makes me angry. Generally speaking, I'll write whatever, right? I would be deeply unhappy. I wonder if there exists a VBA to JavaScript compiler. Probably. This, yeah, it does return a frame. This case, we need to so we're gonna have to bring in the form stuff over here. That's fine. Angry, okay, but it looks okay-ish. That's not what I want. Let's see here. Get a oh no. No. In this case, they're putting it inside of HTML, but still. No. Say hello. And this isn't bad. But it starts getting so much worse so much quickly. So very quickly. I don't have a good example off the top of my head. We need to bring the room form over into templates and build one here like so. Just do that for the sake of making it not angry. And then let's see here, we need to call update when we write it. And then we can get rid of that. This will need you also got to think about we'll need something to put the form inside of because we need to be able to handle it a little differently, right? Probably want these to look like buttons and maybe even be in fact buttons, but we'll do that in a second here. Is it this or is it that? It's that. So we put a gap between here, between the children, and then this also needs to be column. That's not correct. That's what we want, because they want to. And then we're going to want to also center all so that they are nicely in the middle of this tab. Now, let's get y'all pulled over. Connection table frame, connection edit widget. I'm in tile land. I'm not in connection land. Let's see here. New tile data. Delete that. Tile form element, edit bar form. Here we go. This will need to be a different thing, but I'm going to call you tile edit form. Should be able to tile edit form like so. And then same thing here. Oh, you know what? Because we use this for both. This doesn't make sense to pull out. This can stay over here for now until I regret that decision. In case I get something started, share the news. Just joined Discord feeling young right now. Shh. You feel young every time you talk to us old guys in here. And you know it. Let me send it. Hang on. Let me grab it first. And I will send it to you in a whisper. There you go. And then just drop any feedback you have into there as far as if something seems wonky. We'll get it buttoned up. And I would love to make it public either today after stream or tomorrow before, depending on how much I have messed up. I'm not really a Discord admin site type person. Let's see. You, I deleted from somewhere. Let's undo that. We just. Let's do you. Not there. How about there? Make sure that all goes back. Okay, so it doesn't make sense to pull that out if we are going to use it for multiple things. We can just do a copy of it here. That's fine until I get frustrated that they need to look the same between one and the other. Fiddled around with Discord some years ago, but I wouldn't count on me to make sure everything's fine. I think default should be fine, but it might be good to use some basic rules on the server and make sure they were correct before putting it to the general public. Yes, there are rules already in place. It should have prompted you to accept rules, but there's no way for me to give you the ability to give yourself roles until it becomes a community server, or until I go find a bot that would do that. And then you would have to do like the janky react to this with this thing. Yes. Both are important to this. Without doing like the janky react to this with this thing, this emoji or that emoji type thing, is how that all used to work, right? Until Discord supported self-assigning, but that's only for community servers. Right, but I don't want to... Like, the only thing I would want roles for, really, is for categories. Like, right now... And for, like, you know, moderators, but we don't have any of those. Like, right now, the only thing... that it is really driving would be visibility of categories and channels. So everybody should see general announcements and in the text channels category, which I could probably change the name of, but then there should be programming with 3 channels, art, 3 channels, IT, 5 channels, and there's 1 voice channel currently that's just there. Like the only other, unless I'm missing your point, like what other role-driven thing would you think is needed? Dipper form. This can just be tab item form. So this widget becomes mainly make sure you have the moderator and admin roles and they aren't exploitable or improperly configured, even if you don't. Yeah, I have the moderator role. It exists. There are none. There's no admin role created because I don't want to grant the admin permission to anybody that I'm aware of. Like we have auto mod set up and stuff like that, so hopefully we don't have people abusing that, but you know. Mainly thinking from the perspective of, oh my, there's suddenly a large influx of people in the server, I need moderators. Right, yeah, yeah. That would be a really good problem to have, the influx person of people. That's a problem I'm kicking down the road to future me because I don't like the idea of trying to get free moderator work, and that is work, right? That's like horrible work. So have to figure that out at some point, but until it becomes an issue, I'm just not going to worry about it too much. Let's see. What do we do over here? When we create the action edit widget. Nope. It's the frame. Action table frame. Let's put you up here since I keep looking for you. We just create a widget. Okay, so we've pulled out the widget, right, which makes sense. This is, however, a method, so we can't pull that over. Oh yeah, I never want any of that. Too much pressure and time and drama. Anyone who wants that usually just wants, yes, the status, the actual work and that thought. Yeah. I would like to not need anything like that. Ideally, be able to just take care of it myself with AutoMod to catch any, spam or crap. I'm with you there. I've been offered mod in a couple of different servers, and I'm always like, no, man, I don't need that. I avoid responsibility wherever possible. But also, I just started seeing, like, we have the foundations of a pretty cool community, I think, here already. And that kind of made me think that maybe we should lean into that. Depends heavily on the community. If this is a group of engineers, we're likely to be fine. If you're streaming Minecraft and Fortnite, I'd be more worried. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, like, responsibilities equals that. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, I'm sort of breaking all the rules in what I'm doing here. In that the rules in the conventional wisdom sort of sense, right? Where I stream serious coding, which is not where the most views go to. My YouTube videos consist almost entirely thus far of long form live stream replays or VODs, right? In an era where everybody's saying that long content is bad. And so but it's working in a way. It's working to kind of get the kind of people I actually want to interact with and to become friends with, right? So let's see what happens, sort of thing. It's pretty wild to me. I think it was Monday, a bunch of people kept swinging through YouTube and they're like, "Hey, you're on my front page. What the heck are you doing?" And that was crazy and awesome, right? And it was really cool that a lot of them stuck around. And we hung out, we had some good chats. So, run with it and see what happens. Sounds exciting, right? I'm usually more interested in long form content, especially type where I don't have to constantly keep looking at it. That way I can put it in background, listen almost like a podcast. Yeah. While I do my own thing or play a game. Absolutely. And that's honestly how I do most of my Twitch consuming as well. And to a lesser extent YouTube. YouTube I'm more likely to pay attention to because I'm probably eating dinner or lunch or whatever while watching it. But Twitch, I like to hang out, and when there's interesting things that come up, I'll chat and whatever else. But yeah, it's been really cool to see things kind of start to grow a little bit, and I want to find out just, what can we build, sort of thing. I'm a little worried because eventually I'm going to have to get a real job, whether that be another developer job or whether I need to go explore what else to do next for a couple of years. So I'm a little worried about the scheduling and how I'm going to make that work out. But like, it's a problem that I'm sure we can solve, right? It seems that my audience is more, um, like you guys are in the EU, right? You and Jazz. Pluck is over there as well. And then a lot of the people that have been coming through lately on YouTube have been, probably from India, just based on their language. You know, somebody said freshers. That's, I've only heard that from people in India. So like, the serious minded people don't seem to be in America thus far, and that could just be I'm streaming earlier in the day too. I know there's a couple other people out there doing similar things to what I'm doing, so you know, we'll figure it out. But that's kind of the big. We developed sleeping problems because of me. I'm sorry. I feel bad about that. But like, I'm sure we can solve these problems. And I mean, and I was talking with Pluck about this earlier. I'm sure he's gone away. He's been quiet for a while. He's probably either lurking or gone. Guess you reduce it to something that feels manageable and not exhausted. Being it 3 days a week or just wandering sporadic as the energy and mood surfaces. I figure the key thing is that you keep consistent time of day when you do stream, because that's often the time usual viewers are able to join. Yeah. That's what I've been building upon so far, is that I have that consistent schedule. But it's also like, and this is weird for me as an introvert, that seeing that growth and being able to meet you, interesting people of the kind of people that I enjoy talking with, has been energizing to me. And I imagine that this is what extroverts feel like all the time, and that's bonkers to me. But you know, there's days where I'm like, I don't really want to get up there and do my thing, but I know that people are going to come watch and that I'm going to enjoy talking with them, and it motivates me. If you move it -4 hours in the day, I can't be here because of work. Yeah, and if you go +4, then I'll be sleeping most days. That exactly. Yeah, only watching VODs might be different for people in different times. So yeah, it would be, but and you know, I'm probably selecting for that location just based on the time of day I picked. I picked early so that I can just get up and do it. And then I made several hops around over here in my nomadic life, and that's changed the time of day for me, but that's fine. So my initial like knee-jerk thought is that if I do have to switch to a later time slot because of work, because right now for me it is just about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so this would be like work hours. So I would have to, oh, I'm dropping frames, little internet blip. Hopefully it's back now. Yeah, right now it's 3 o'clock for me, so I would definitely have to be not on at this time if I had a normal job right now. But I would be probably doing the same schedule on the weekends is what I would be shooting for, like as a knee-jerk sort of like, how would I solve this problem if I had to right now? So we'd still get to hang out on the weekends, and then I'm naturally a night owl, so I would also maybe be looking for like second shift work, so you know, from afternoon to like midnight-ish, so then I could go a little bit earlier but still kind of straddle that same area. I don't know, there's a lot of different ways I could go with it. Guess this time slot is good for people in the US who have relaxed jobs who don't have normal working hours, and it's great for you. Yeah, and that's also kind of part of what I was doing, because I encountered the co-working body doubling sort of world, and I was like, oh, a lot of people like to do this when they work from home. So, you know, maybe I'll kind of hang out in that slot and see what's going on. It's already almost 11. I'm in Ireland, so 1 hour before you. Catching a stream from like 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. is perfect. Yeah. Leaving it this late means there's a chance people in the more eastern U.S. time zones can join in after work. Yeah, exactly. And I was also kind of looking at like the activity graph of channels and viewers and whatnot, and trying to kind of hit a low point so that there'd be less people, so I could maybe actually show up. And I guess the other option is to be on early in the day, and if I were to get a later shift job, then I could do early or do it after work and be in crazy EU hours. But I would have to figure it out. Basically, it's just what it boils down to. Unless, Twitch and YouTube suddenly start paying all my bills. Chance of that, pretty small. Not this early anyway. Okay, so we would need to do... We need a form. That's fine. We can do a form. Yeah, mostly comes down to the job, the team, and the company. Yeah, exactly. And all of that is very much up in the air. I was talking with Pluck earlier, and I was saying like I don't know. Like I'm deeply tired of the corporate games and the nonsense, and the current job market has really snapped into focus just how messed up companies are. Like, right? And I don't know if my next job will be in tech. I'm still going to keep coding for myself and for you, but like I don't know if my day job will be in tech for a couple years at least. In some cases, especially dev jobs, it doesn't really matter when you do it, as long as it's done on time and you're available for crucial meetings. Yeah. Shouldn't feel like a chore, so no stress, please. No, it really doesn't, and that's the thing that surprised me the most. Like at first, it absolutely did, but I was like, okay, I'm just going to commit to doing it for a little while and see what happens. But now it doesn't really feel like a chore at all anymore. We, for example, don't have any timekeeping or such. While performance goals are being met, employees are expected to organize their own time so they're available to their teams when needed, present in meetings, do their work. Yeah. What else would I like to do besides software? That is a really, really good question. And I don't know for sure what the answer to that is. I've been thinking about a couple things. One, I could just drive a truck, right? That's like a large percentage of my life anyway already. And then I would just be, a laptop in the back, and that'd be fine for most of my life, really. Most of the things I do. The other things that I've kind of been thinking about, when I was younger, I was a mechanic. I got bored with that. That's why I wound up in software, right? Pays better, and I was tired of just fixing Suburbans. And those are kind of in demand these days. I could also possibly get into RV repair. I got a little bit of experience in that department, and I would get some more, which could be handy and might be somewhat allow me to kind of keep hopping around a little bit. I'd have to get a job in a place and then move to it for like, someplace warm for the winter and then someplace cooler for the summer. I could also maybe see myself doing, getting into working for one of the companies that does like van conversions and stuff like that. Because even before I got laid off, I was thinking, I think I want to build my next house, basically. Probably not a van because I'm a very tall human, so I don't think I would fit in a van. but like a box truck or something. I was thinking kind of idly that that'd be a really cool project. And so, either way, if I was to get into the repair or the conversion side of things, like that would be beneficial to that goal eventually happening someday, maybe, I think ultimately, no matter what I do, the long-term goal needs to be that I need to be self-employed, whether that is, in some part content creation, in some part, doing my own business of some kind, or writing a product that sells and pays for my bills. I think that is what I need to do for the sake of my sanity, because I'm just so tired of all the corporate games where, they overhire and then they lay everybody off and then we repeat that. And, I've sent in hundreds of applications and, I've had a few interviews. Like, why? The whole thing seems so broken. All to just work for somebody who has like the worst case of Jingle Keys distraction ever, right? That's today the Jingly Keys are AI. A short time ago, the Jingle Keys were blockchain. Before that, it was cloud, right? I'm tired of that. I just want to make good things that are cool, work with cool people, Okay, so that to-do is no longer valid. But none of that's set in stone, right? It's all just stuff that I've thought about. Solid work always needed. Yeah. I would love to drive a truck all day. Yeah, you're right. HR, company morals, a lot of things do not work currently. Yeah. And I've seen more people that are mad about it now than I have in a very long time. It's so like something has to change, right? I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping that we can get, I have heard that there is more newer companies that are starting that aren't trying to just sell themselves, right? Because for a long time, that was the actual product of a startup. You burned VC money until you got enough users to sell yourself to Google or to Facebook or whoever, because that was the actual product, was the company. And then you got your $1 million and you did another thing or not, whatever, right? That person that, or the company that buys the company then inshitifies it, right? That's the inshitification is the term that has been coined. And we're kind of seeing that really play out now. Please excuse my SpongeBob casing. My phone is making nouns of every second word, and nouns are written in capital letters in German. Yes, they are. You're good. You're fine. It's okay. But people are getting mad about it. They're realizing that everything still sucks. And I don't know. We'll see. The Zoomers are giving me hope because they are the ones that are saying, nah, all this seems bad and broken, and I think you're dumb. And I'm like, I respect that. Oh gosh. Life, what do, This will go on W. And then what we need to do actually, we could do it this way. And this could just be... Fun fact, I'm actually supposed to be able to speak German, had it in school, and worked for Lidl for quite some time. And a lot of our internal documentation was German. Gotcha. I wanted to learn German in high school because we had to take a foreign language for a couple semesters, I think. My school didn't offer German. And that was like peak listening to Rammstein era, right? That's what probably drove my curiosity. But they didn't offer that, so I took Japanese instead, which I have completely forgotten since then. But I do know a little because I have learned it. Actually, just recently, I deleted my Duolingo account because just last week they announced that they're going to stop hiring people and use AI. So I won't support them anymore. But I was learning German through there off and on. In truth, I probably sound, as my old teacher would have said, Gastarbeiter, but guest worker, immigrant type. But I can, for the most part, read and understand most of it. I worked for Valtech, a big international company. Oh boy, when they did a big layoff, I thought my life is ending right then there. Yeah, but you're not the company. You're a human being who's not defined by its work. Yeah, and that's I really have. I struggle with that, right? Because I like to work. I like to make things, right? Here I am, right? And that's, yeah, being laid off is crushing and anxiety inducing. Ash out there being a polyglot who does not love Rammstein, right? Does 4 languages count as poly nowadays? I think anytime you're more than 2, that counts as poly, but that's just me. It reminds me that I worked with a guy. He was born in Brazil with like dual citizenship because his parents were over there for some reason. So he spoke Brazilian Portuguese, Spanish because he learned it, and then English, right? Super funny guy. But he was also the guy that was like always had the interesting takes on language because he was a polyglot, right? Like he's like, what is the word for this? And he says, I speak 3 languages and I can't remember it in either of them or any of them. But he told me the old joke. So, if you speak 2 languages, you're bilingual, right? If you speak 3, you're trilingual, right? He goes, well, what is it if you only speak 1 language? And I'm like, I don't know. He says American. And I'm like, I don't like it, but you're right. Oh, what were you? What did I call you? Your templates. That's what you are. New tile templates. I always forget the word for the thingy where air comes out and blows into your face in the car. I only know it in Persian. Yeah, vent. Well, for me, it's weird because I know words in English, second language, and I can't remember my native language. Brains are funny. Vent, but in German. Don't know that I know that one. I was born here, dang it. Ventil? Okay. Let's see. We do that. In the range of that. Okay. That And we don't need that anymore. Oh no, this needs to actually be template. Because that is the list and this is the maker. Luftung. Oh, vent, right, gotcha. Abfluss. Feels more for water. That's definitely not the word for it. Although mine smells like one. Some days are more humid than others. Do you have like things growing in your ductworks? It's an old Audi. What can I say? Yep. That will happen. But you be all fancy with an Audi. All right, that's that. And then here in our footer, we need a on click for you. Like so. On the plus side, you never have to get antibiotics prescribed. I mean, on the downside, it might like something might crawl out of there and attempt to eat you. You may have to fight for your life. I actually think it helps me since I have almost zero human contact. That's not true. Just last week, you were at like at least 2 social interactions, social occasions. By my standards, that's a positively social butterfly. This will also need to be a method if we're going to put the on click in here. Unless whatever doesn't kill me hasn't tried hard enough, right? Could put yeah, and the pain is big because it never happens. I mean, that's fair. It's just going to be easier if we make this a method as well. Instead of messing around with putting a function inside of here and passing it in as a param or anything like that. So on this, basically what we need to do is just do and then we're going to have to do some state stuff with this too, I think. But to get this in, let's go ahead and we'll append a, and this is where we need to create just a new template bar. Not template bar, gosh. It's a templates words new tile template. But this needs to be that. This should allow us to add things. Let's see, not enough arguments in call to templates bar because up here you need the logger. Ash, I stalked your whole life. Is that the name of your app? I'm in full Sherlock mode. Handsome, handsome. You sure you found me? It doesn't seem like the right description. Okay, let's get that. That's in now, so it should launch. We should be able to just add. No. What am I doing? Yes, it just took a second. Had to rebuild. Okay. This needs to also trigger a update. Templates bar. Footer. Updates. No, why not? Oh, because we need to update the frame in the parent. Yeah, there we go. We need to fix up the styling a little bit, but that's fine. We want these to look button-y. So we need you to do that. Actually, I don't want to do that. We only want to grow on the X. Let's do set that. No, I don't need to do that. I need to just do radius dot 0. I should set a width there too. That's fine. This will give us an idea of well, that ain't right. It's because when we build this, where is it? Rooms tab. This needs to be frame. Just lying ash things. There we go. That's better. It's still wonky. We don't want to show ID in this case. I don't want to. I want to have a different struct for this. I'm not sure. Either way, truth is I hadn't got a compliment in so many years that I don't have the social toolkit to react to it properly. I guess thanks and then move on is the best approach here. So there. I can empathize with that. I also I struggle with accepting compliments of any kind, really. It's hard to just like how do I respond to that? Ah, well, thank you. You're very nice. And now I'm going to move on. What are we talking about? It's probably got something to do with the field we work in and the sort of people it attracts. You know how many people think this about you? I don't. I genuinely do not. They just don't say it out loud. Right. And that's got a lot to do with it. And that's why I always try to make sure that I acknowledge it when somebody like when they show me, hey, I made this thing. I try to say more than that's cool. I try to like let them know what I appreciate about that thing that they've made or what they're doing or whatever, right? Let's see here. There's that. These need, that's what I was doing. These need a width on them, a border width that is the radius. We're using 2 everywhere else. We'll just do that. You're set to grow on the X, not the Y. Yeah, okay. Trying to work out the ID. Oh, I might need to have... I might need to have a separate struct. Because things like location and ID have no meaning in this context. Also, I'm very blind to physical attractiveness, never paid it very much mind, and always focus more on what people are like, mindful, nice, intelligent, knowledgeable, etc. In a similar vein, I expect other people to judge me by the same standard. I mean, yeah. Which is actually the right thing to do, right? It sort of depends on the context too, right? I'm very much the same for like work and socializing and stuff like that, right? Like still not a crime to sometimes say it right. Like I'm very confused by all of the inequality discussion in general, right? Like I don't care what what gender somebody is that I'm going to work with. I care about are they good at their job? Do they care about their job, right? Like But yet we still have all these laws and things that just seem so bizarre to even be needed to me. Try and keep it in mind a bit more, pay a bit more attention, right? And that's like all we can do, right? That's how I came to the conclusion that I should be trying to express my appreciation for people more when they, you know, when they do a thing or when they share a thing. That gave us the border. Yeah, we're going to need, hate it, but I need it. And then how are we going to tie this to, well, I guess we could, we know we need some state already. Maybe that is the answer. Maybe instead of this just being that, maybe we need, I guess this would probably live in here because it's really only a thing for the template bar. We would then do template, let's say that. We would also need, yeah, for the longest time when I was younger, it was totally weird to me that people would get or not get jobs or promotions or loans based on their color. Yeah, or nationality or other silly stuff like that. I mean, is the person able to pay off a loan based on their credit history? Yes, then what does their nationality have to do with it? Exactly. I thought capitalism was supposed to be blind to everything except money. Right? um, we need, we can't call it that. Should we call it tile form maybe? Which only gets this for now. This might not need to be exported. We'll find out. I mean, that can be a bad thing at times, but in this case, it was supposed to be positive. Yeah. Absolutely. And then if we did that, we'd also need to, I guess we could also have, to be honest, I know for a fact that I landed jobs based on the fact that I'm a woman. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I think it's sad. And that's the other thing that always it never sat right with me. It always confused me. Like, I feel like if I was to land a job only for that reason, I would feel worse about it. Like I wouldn't, like, I couldn't cut it except for, right? And then how that's considered acceptable is confusing to me, you know? You can't compete, you're not good enough. You only get in because you meet this criteria. That seems incredibly offensive. Like, what if we could just treat people fairly as a, just always? Why not that? Let's not talk about the stuff I had to listen to. I bet. I bet. That's also I don't play Blizzard games anymore. Let's put it that way. After it came out how horribly they treated people, I don't do that. No shade to anybody who still does. That's fine. That's your choice. I've made my choice. It's a weird situation, and we can but hope that with more time, these old prejudices will gradually go away. I would hope, but we have new ones now. As of, I don't do politics, so I want to tread carefully. But as of a few years ago, we have new prejudices. Wrapping this. That's what I was doing. The other thing that we're going to care about is we need to be careful about duplicate data, or do we? Doesn't matter. Maybe just let you do whatever you want. Well, yeah, pretty much all AAA. I've also turned my back on it, mostly because of how they treat employees in general, but Activision and Ubisoft especially do their treatment of women. Yeah. I haven't really heard that much about it, aside from, like, all of AAA is awful. I haven't heard anything specifically about those two. But also, like, they don't really often make games that I'm really that interested in. Like, I don't want to play another Call of Duty. That's just the same game with slightly updated graphics, It's not like I'm missing much. I have a bunch of fantastic indie games which are often more interesting, even if not as visually stunning. Yeah. And I am an unashamed graphics snob, right? Like, I really struggle with two-dimensional games in 2025, right? Today on I think it might have been just like a related video on YouTube, but there was a guy talking about a new VR headset that is literally just like glasses, like, because there's no compute on board, right? For racing sims. And I think it was an autoplay video that showed it to me, but like, we have that. And I already grew up playing Mario, right? I don't want to play a 2D platformer in 2025. All of that said, I'll take a janky indie game that's fun over the visually gorgeous new thing that I'm just not interested in. Also, you support the right people by doing so. Yeah. I'm there's a number of indie games that I have bought in early access that have either failed and folded up shop, or have delivered something that I'm no longer interested in. And like, I'm not that mad about it. With most of them, I'm more sad that there won't be the game that they originally promised than I am mad that I spent that money to support somebody's cool project, right? Both of them not only pay zero taxes but get money back. They have record profits year over year through exploiting minors with gambling, and then they lay off hundreds of people. Yeah. Mario, no save mode. Those are my days. If you die, you die. Yes. Yeah. Or do you remember, and this might be very specific, but there was a time in the Super Nintendo era where some games, like Star Wars games, come to mind, had like a code that you would enter to get you to back to the level that you quit on. And I had like a little tiny flip notebook full of those codes. Don't get me wrong, there are also some very bad characters in indie too, but they tend to be less rich, so they can't get away with it like some CEO. Yeah. I mean, there's awful humans everywhere, right? Yes, you remember? Yeah. Those Super Nintendo Star Wars games were dope. And I'm sure that if I played them today, I'd be like, wow, this game is not nearly as good as I remember. I've learned my lesson with those. But in my mind, in nostalgia, they are very good games. You remember? Yes, excellent. I still remember some level codes for the Lost Vikings. Nice. MSTR is the last level. Nice. I don't remember any of the codes for Star Wars, but I want to say that they were kind of long. How original. um, yes. Do we care about duplicate tile? Probably not. That's on you. You can delete these things. We need to make you able to delete these things. So I think we're good to just put them in. I think... Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that to be like that. So we can just put these in, and they can get a... Room templates is now a list of tile template. And then this needs to be that. We'll fill in the fields. This will be a new tile template. A tile form. Is that kosher if it's just empty? I think it is. I have the weirdest memory. For example, I remember a license plate from back home. The funny part is that a classmate bet me I couldn't remember it for a week when we were out on some field trip. So I just did remember it. That was in 92. Yeah. Yeah, some things stick in your mind. It's weird. And then I can't remember if I locked my front door properly when I'm 10 meters way down the street. Yep. Mm-hmm. There was just something that happened with me the other day. Now I'm not going to be able to remember what the heck it was, that I was just marveling at the fact it was stuck in my head. Yeah, completely gone. But I had that exact same feeling where I was like, how do I remember this? Then I can't. Long-term memory is something funny. Yes, it is. when I meet people, I tell them that, that we exchange names, and I tell them that I'm probably going to forget their name because I would forget mine if it wasn't yelled at me so often. I remember what Picard said, right? I did indeed. Well, close to, very close. I'll take that as a win. Okay, so then we create that. I think that's good. We need to give it like a... Oh, no, it's empty. Why is it empty? It's because we set the... Room templates, new templates, because we're in the maker here. Rooms tab. What did we call you? We called you a tile template. Let's call you... Oh my gosh. Sure, that's fine. Oh, that's all that counts, right? I'm super grateful we have names of all our participants in our work meetings on the calendar. When most of my meetings are virtual, people have little name text under their image. That's super helpful. Yes. Yes, it is. Names are also my biggest problem. They all have to be special these days. Yeah. I imagine that it's more of a problem outside of the US. We have very, very exotic names here, like John and James and Bill. In the last few years, the company also added their preferred pronouns for people who wanted to set that up, and it comes in really handy. I don't have a great memory of that stuff, and it really helps to see it constantly. It sticks better in my mind. Gotcha. Don't want to get that wrong, right? Bob, right? Yes, Bob. Exotic American names. How you doing, Code Tutor? What kind of code are you tutoring? We actually want this to be form data, not template, though. Probably not a big deal to get it wrong, but it sucks to get it wrong multiple times repeatedly. Right. Bob, I can remember. What would you say you do here? Super. Awesome. Computer science, math, web dev, and AWS. Cool. Cool. All right. That... hopefully it gets us something that's a little nicer for the form. No? What am I forgetting? Frame, set the struct, form data, which we put in here. You should have here even if you're nothing, right? I guess we can just test that theory. JS is frowned upon here, just so you know, right? No, I'm doing something wrong here. What am I doing wrong here? Room templates. Tile templates. In here we have the tile form, which is this struct. We set the struct to that. I never liked JS. I knew I had a good feeling about you. One of us. Yep. Even TS. You mean JavaScript in its daddy's work suit? New template. Append the new template. Update the frame. Rebuild you. Set the struct. Just for fun, if we grow on the Y as well. Yeah, they tried. I mean, it's a really good idea. Okay, so then you grow, but you're just empty. What in the world? Oh, did I do... No. It's because you need to be... Well, it's getting near 11 p.m. for me too, so I figure I might want to go and do a bit of that sleeping thing people have been telling me about. You know, I feel like I feel better in my life when I do a little bit of sleeping. The cake is Layash. I think this has to be a pointer because we're referencing that and changing that in the UI, the Cogent framework, right? I know that. Really don't like cake anyway. At least it's not chocolate. What if we leave out the ketchup and mustard? Do you like chocolate cake then? Good night, all. Whenever you get around to it, and have a good rest of the day. You too, Ash. Always a pleasure. Have a good sleep. Hey, I appreciate that follow. Thank you very much. I'm missing something here. Oh, I want this. Yeah, this has got to be. Form data. I betcha. You're missing the ketchup and mustard, right? And this, does this need to be... No, I think we're good there. I don't actually need to do this. If this fixes the problem, we'll just take it out. It's fine. But I'm a little confused. Yeah, no. Actually, let me go in here and do the inspector. Why aren't you getting correctly? Hi to you as well. Sahan? Is that how you say that? We need that. Then I need to inspector. Hey, I got it right. Frame. Which has rooms and connections. That's not right. What's going on there? Take that out. Let's see here. Room templates. I bet this needs... Goes in the frame. Need to look at the docs on tab. Must be missing something to do with that. Tabs. Add any widgets to tabs. First, so we added to the frame. That's correct. You go in frame. I think I might need to do... this. I might need to put a frame inside here to hold these guys so that it makes it correctly and put the maker off of that. I bet you. I bet you it just worked by accident before. Because if this is the tabs maker, we don't actually want to make the tab, right? We want to make the contents of the tab. So if we do this and we hang this off a frame, then we do a styler for that. I don't know, web dev makes no sense, right? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. This can just grow, that's fine, but, or just grow naturally, that's fine. I don't need that. I don't know why I have that. I don't need that. I do need a gap, direction column, etc. That's all correct. This, like so. Let's see. Same, but it's gotten late. 3:17 a.m. for you? Oh, gosh. Svelte kind of makes front end tolerable. I usually use Rust or Python for backend. Nice, nice. Unfortunately for you, Ash just went to bed, and Ash is the resident Rustation. Sri Lanka. Nice. Are you up early or are you up late? I'm not a big Rust fan. Gotcha. Is it because you have to dye your hair blue and it just irritates your skin? Up late? Yeah. I know that feeling. The world is going on. Why am I not getting... doing something silly? I have to be. This is what I'm doing silly. No? Yes. I think so. Their community is weird. They really are like that. I tease, I tease. Why? File form. Am I forgetting something to do with form, maybe? Maybe that's my problem. They're built different. It just compiles slow and it's hard to make the code look elegant without operators. You're new to programming? Awesome, awesome. Form. Form. Set struct needs a pointer to the thing, the struct in question. That makes sense. I thought I caught that. Maybe. Maybe this has to be a pointer or else things are unhappy. It shouldn't. It shouldn't matter. This should be the same either way. But that didn't get unhappy, which is interesting. Room templates, new template. Form data. Give that a go, I guess. Check my inspector here. Tab. Frame. And then you have rooms and connections. That's not correct. Studying Java, PHP, and JavaScript. Gotcha. That's a interesting mixture. Tab content maker. Range of the templates. Because that should be that. I don't know if that's going to completely fix my problem, but let's find out. Well, there's a thing in there now. Frame, rooms, and connections. Shouldn't be that. How in the world? I managed to screw that up. All right, let's go back a second here. Updates the frame, yes. That's still that. Rooms tab. Adds the rooms. Make sure that I'm doing this correctly. Tabs. Adding any widget to tabs. Goes into the frame. I messed up my You're not good at programming? Who truly is good? Yes, exactly. That is the exact answer. How do we do this over here? U. U in onto W, which is our, pardon me, new frame that we make. That does make sense. I had issues with that before. Why do I not have them now? I have different issues. I was going to say it looked like a unique combo of languages. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. Okay, we have a thing. It's just tiny. Thank you. Let's do... Oops. Are you actually in here? No. Doesn't look like it. Unless... Now you're set to grow. What the heck? What do we got going on here? See if that's anything important. Nope. Sure not. You would always recommend Java as a first language, but what about my beloved Go? That's set to grow. Here's what we're gonna do. Well, no, we can't do that. That's set to grow. You will not become a Go developer in this life? I mean, are you sure? Did you do Spring, Pure Java? Sounds like you already did some projects, a couple of web applications, some standalones. Nice. I must be doing something stupid. No, I'm not sure. I just hope. All right, let me roll this back because this was working. I'm trying to understand what I broke. Not that. This. Tile data. that can still be that. And then in our footer, when we append, why are you not angry about that? Oh, because I changed the wrong spot. Silly me. That. Not that. Don't need that. There we go. Now you're angry. As you should be. This, let's just do that. And this is just that for now to see. I made a Beej prototype, but that's full screen got me. But that's as much as I didn't go. What is a Beej prototype? See now, yeah, what in the world is going on? What did I screw up? This would need to be a pointer, though, because it's going to modify that. It needs to modify the instance we give it. So this should be that. Beej is a web framework. Ah, gotcha. This needs to be... Let's just do that real quick. Oh, that, right. We can't do that. We can do that. For testing purposes. For science! Is Go a hard language to learn? No, very easy to learn, I think. That's my opinion. Like Rails, but I don't know if it has as many features. Gotcha. Okay. That all still very happy. What have I broken? Maybe I forgot the name. I see a Beej's Guide to Programming, Guide to C Programming. And I see other guides that are Beej's guides. It's well possible that we just don't know it. Yeah, there's so many frameworks. Bigo. Bigo is an open source high performance web framework for the Go programming language. Yeah, maybe this is it. It was like 10 years ago, made by some Chinese people. Gotcha. Okay, so if we do that, it works. So what am I doing differently? Tile form. That could probably stay because um We can just change it when we do that. Clean that up. And then this would need to be form data, right? Form data. Ah. 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 Oops, I need to fix that then. If I do the export. Betcha. It was something stupid. It wasn't export. I bet they're doing reflection to get the form data in. Yeah. What a dummy I am. Since I'm not as crazy as Sahan, I need to go catch some sleep. Wishing you all a nice morning, night, day, whatever. As always, thank you. Hope to see you more on Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Have a great night, Jess. Catch you next time. Sleep well. Okay. Now that we got that figured out. That goes in. The center roll. This needs to be actually, how do I want to do this? I want to say set a max here. But can't do that. Or actually, I can. It's just not. Encouraged. Hi, what is a mud game? Multi-user dungeon. Imagine playing Zork with your friends on the internet back in the days when computers were bad. No, I put this in the wrong spot. This needs to stay there. This is where we need to... I might not even need... think here. Remember waiting for a computer to boot, right? Then waiting for the modem to connect. And then your mom tried to make a call right in the middle of your Battlefield 1942 game. You lagged out and got shot. It was the worst. Getting disconnected, connect again. Yep. This we might be able to get away with not having. Now that I've identified my stupid. Let's just see. Okay. We can get away with that. Double check. These need to come back up here if we're going to do that, which is fine. And those AOL discs, yes. I think we're gonna need to. No, you're set to grow, so this might work out. There was they had this program at school. Why are you not? They had this program that was for the smart kids, right? Where they got um it's not there, it's in this. There we go, new template. Nope. Am I confused? Basically where they got advanced classes, right? Harder classes and like support for that. I wasn't in there, but a lot of my friends were, and they were kind of like more loosey goosey with the rules because they were all the nerds, right? And for a while there, they were hanging microwaved AOL discs on the wall for decoration until they decided not to do that anymore because the microwave was looking a little ropey. Your sister was in that? Yeah, nice. Yeah, I hung out in there for like lunches with my friends because the teacher didn't care. You're set to grow. Oops, not that. This you need to grow. That's where I'm missing the grow. They didn't spark. They did a little bit. That was kind of the what would happen, right? Like because they had basically got tinfoil underneath them on the label. It it's sort of like arced and made like this lightningy sort of crinkly look to it. They only did it for like very like a second or two. It was a very, very short amount of time. But like all the sparks were kind of like contained to that. But the microwave started acting weird, so that's when they put the kill on that, put the axe on that. My friend put a bowl in the microwave and the light blew out. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if it was like the rays bouncing out of it or something. Yeah, metable. Figured. You're set to grow here. You're set to grow here. Ah, this. This is where we're missing the styler on this little frame that gets created as part of this. Wonder if that'll work. We might be able to take it out of here if we do it here. Maybe. Yeah, that's closer. We would need to put this in here as well, I think. Is that the JetBrains Master Race? Yes, it is. This is GoLand. Big fan. Big fan of JetBrains IDEs. Yeah, there we go. I want this to be more centered, but it's certainly a start. This should have been up here. That free AI Pro Sub. I don't use AI. I tried it when it first came out. I didn't like it. What am I missing here? And the hype machine has well and truly made me despise the LLM. Rooms. So you get that. You don't have. It probably doesn't work well for Go. I mean, it worked as well as any of them that I have seen. Like I found myself, I noticed the Copilot pause before the term had been coined. I was like, well, this looks very beige. It doesn't look like anything I've ever written. And like I'm spending more time reading and waiting for it to guess correctly what I'm trying to do than I am just doing the thing. All right. Why are you not? Rooms is lacking. Start. Okay, this is not. This would be on this, which should be center all. We could override that and test that theory. For Python, the hype is legit. For other languages, just okay. For example, if I ask it to scrape a web page and dump the source, it'll usually get in one shot. Yeah, I'm just not interested in that. I would rather just write it. Okay, so that is closer to what I want. So why didn't Room? Frame got it. Rooms didn't. I wonder if that is. Oh, because we did tab, not frame. Put it on the wrong place. I could write the code, but it would take me an hour. I mean, yeah, that's probably true. Bet you now I get my gap that I wanted as well. Maybe not. Closer though. I want these guys to be centered within their parent. Let's kick this up also. I bet you it's just because 4 is not very much. I'm not sure why I decided 4. I was probably looking at the border. There we go. That's better. Now this needs... let's say 10 pixel padding, just to give it a little bit of scooch. That's not bad. I don't like that though. Which means I can't use center all. I would need to... how does it look if I just pad it? Will the fields fill? No, not quite. It's not bad though. It's all right. All right. We need to have delete buttons inside of these little guys. Is that styler like HTML and CSS box model? Kind of. So it's Cogent, which is a Go framework, cross-platform, and they have their docs here, which are it's probably the biggest complaint I have with the framework. Grab grab that. There you go. This is Jam. So they base a lot of their styling off of box model, but it's not directly. Like they have their own stuff in some cases. So I would need to maybe this is fine. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I would need to mess around with the child object styling, I think, to get these centered or filled in without changing the spacing of the labels. And maybe that's fine. That would also give us, I guess, room to put our little delete icon in, which I'm not opposed to, except for we can't put it right there because this is part of the built-in form widget. So I'd either have to build my own or just put it somewhere else, which is probably fine. We'll probably put it somewhere else. But let's do this. Now that we have this roughed in, let's just do a quick rough in the rune tile template UI pieces. Probably want to put it in here. That way they can just get built based on the state of that. Not a new frame, a new button. Off of form. Let's do set icon, icons, dot. Deletes. And I actually don't need to have that be a variable just yet. If I have to mess with it any, I will. And I will for when I do a on click, but I get no button at all. I suspect this has to do with the fact that it's a form widget and I can't just hang a button on it unless there is a way provided in the form widget itself. There might be. but I'm not seeing it. Okay. That's fine. We can do this is tile data. We can return a frame here. Like that. And then this becomes that. This is tile form, right? And then here we do that. If we were to do all of that, then we would have a delete button. It would live outside of that though, which is fine. We would just need to put most of this inside of this instead. In fact, mostly, I think maybe all of it would be fine to go in there. Yeah, that's pretty good. You just need to not push it out of the way. We could, instead of doing don't grow on the Y, that's all fine. We put this all inside of there, like so. And then we won't even need to store form. But here we can do maybe margin dot set set horizontal. Yeah, let's leave it at 25. How do we like them apples? Okay, it still pushes it out. Actually, hang on. Grow might. What if we don't have any margin? We just do grow. Where do you put yourself? Not quite. Okay. This needs to be we need this still to have a styler because this columns needs to be set in here to make sure that it doesn't try to lay out in a funky way with the labels next to their fields. Okay. That works. And then if we're going to do that, we need set struct form data, stretch in here should push the delete icon over to the side. And it does. Fantastic. This set to grow it on the X. And then what if we give you a little bit of a margin? Except for not really growing. What if we take that out? What if you just let you figure yourself out? And more or less the same. And then if as you start filling this in, yeah, it grows. That's fine. That's what we want. Maybe that's fine for now. Do we even need to set that, I wonder? Or does it just automatically come with some notion of how wide it should be? Oh yeah, definitely needs to be set. A little awkward. Maybe that's fine for now. Let's do give template tiles a delete button. Think about that a little bit. But for right meow, I think it's about time to wrap up for the day. I usually stream for about 4 hours, and it's 4.5 right now, and I'm starving. So I'm going to go have some lunch and probably go do some laundry. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out and swung through. I would love to see you again tomorrow, which is when I will be streaming once again. You can find my schedule on Twitch on my page. If you're on YouTube, the scheduling over there sucks, but if you show up like 4 hours before now, whatever that is, you'll find me and I'll be here. Enjoy. Thanks. You have yourself a wonderful evening. And if I don't see you again, have yourself a great weekend.